And a 1, and a 2, and we're live. Back on Minecraft 1.12.2, showcasing embers, mostly. That's the idea. Much of what we have is still a lot of what we had last time, without Mind Fantasy Reforged. Here we are with our still incomplete alchemy setup, but it should be functional. Also, while I was offline, I had a couple of ideas. First, having to do with the cinder plinth here. I mean, the entire purpose of the cinder plinth is that it incinerates junk items and turns them into ash, which we will need for alchemy. What is the most obvious and most plentiful Minecraft junk item? An immediate thought is cobblestone. But I think I can go one better. Because cobblestone, while indeed plentiful, can't hold a candle to sticks. I'll keep this for fuel downstairs. Don't need these right now. Also, my shield is almost dead. I got a lot of iron I gotta do something with. My major shortfall right now is Camnite, and that is being hampered by my lack of clay. I have a way to fix that, and a way to improve my fixing of that. Let me just get this, and probably a whole stack of iron. And what else do I need for this? I've got my buckets. Maybe some cobble. I think that should do. Oh, a chest would be nice. Let me just grab all this, and this too. These wooden stairs and these doors. This too, why not? In fact, let's make 2 chests. 3. Make that 3. So step 1, you are now planks. Tons and tons of planks. Step 2, first chest. Second and third chest. Do I have a spare hopper? I do, which means I made an extra chest. And I don't need this iron. I know. I am once again babbling about things that I am not explaining. They will come together in time. So, I need to fix the whole falling down here thing. Because now I don't have a way out. That is definitely a shortcoming of this little arrangement. Could I get away with putting a half slab here? Problem solved. I didn't think I'd actually use that thing. And it doesn't mess up the circuit. Okay, not what I'm actually doing. Hopper feeds the center plinth. Chest feeds the hopper. Block above the chest allows the chest to be opened. And we feed the cinder plinth all of our leftovers. All of them. Not this chest, I need that for later. The planks we turn into an absolutely stupid amount of sticks. And those go in here too. The entire reason I have the cinder plinth regulated is because it burns ember at a shockingly tiny rate. This thing is the biggest culprit of power overflow errors, because it will send a 40 ember packet to this receiver when it has 1999 for power, and the remaining 39 from the burst will be lost. This comparator makes the cinder plinth actually usable. But that is by no means today's focus. I need to get over to... Oh, and it's becoming nighttime. Perfect. I need to get to the Astral Sorcery Temple over here, the one that we stripped. Because we need clay and aquamarine shale, and sand would help too. We can also make some star metal while all of that is going on. And, perhaps more importantly, I remembered how to fix this. The secret is so embarrassingly simple that I am disappointed that I forgot it. And it has everything to do with lava's viscosity. 3. It only flows 3 blocks, and then stops. Which means I can have flowing lava contact the starlight here after having flowed a distance of 3 blocks. And then it's golden. So, 1, 2, 3, and the lava will go there. And then I don't even need this hole. I just need to set this up as a channel. place this in the exact correct place. There. And then that. A lava source. 1, 2, 3. This is a lava flowing block, which means I can create infinite sand again. But I still want infinite clay. I'm also going to need to link star metal. Which, very strangely, is transmuting faster than the clay. I find this very puzzling. Can I actually, let's do it this way. Link, unlink, and then link to, say, that one, for a more direct line. It doesn't look like that's accelerating it at all. Kinda disappointing. I thought it might be slow because the light was impacting the upper corner of the block and also impacting this one. So it was like split, only partially functioning. But that seems to not be the case at all. Also, I didn't create any dark spots, did I? No. Everything is fine. Star metal is happening. Clay is happening. Just a productive night. So weird that clay is the big deal in this playthrough. I definitely did not expect to get stymied by the lack of rivers. I'm also getting free sand, as 2 sand blocks are created up there, and one of them makes its way down here. The only way I could make this better is if I had another piston set up with a half block. Like I did last time. That was a pretty cool machine. Especially since using this thing to manufacture sand creates blocks more quickly than any cobble gem I have ever seen. You know, I did get some blaze stuff. Maybe we could go back to the nether and collect some more blaze items. Maybe some nether rack, or nether wart. It wouldn't be easier. I was for some reason thinking it would be easier. But we don't have the nether wart yet, so we can't make fire resist potions yet. Alright, calm down, sand. Still only one aquamarine shale and all that. 2% chance indeed. Yeah, you can tell it's daytime. This conversion process is taking a lot longer now. Especially for the clay. I do wonder if these floating crystals, if they're attuned to a constellation in particular, meaning their strength would wax and wane with that constellation entering dominance. But there's no way to tell. I don't think you can ever detect what constellation one of these things is attuned to, if that's even a valid question. I know. Exciting gameplay, isn't it? As I just sit here and wait for things to transform. I just need 2 more clay blocks. And I will happily take all the star metal I can get in that time. I would also like to shut up this lava. Apparently in some versions of the game, lava only burbles and bubbles if there is air above it. So some players hide their lava traps by placing a layer of string on top of the lava. which isn't a solid block. Players can still fall through it, so traps still function. But the lava doesn't give away its presence by making lava noises. I'm not concealing a trap or anything. I just want the noise to stop for my own peace of mind. Alright, one more clay conversion and we can leave. I would love to collect more aquamarine shale. Heck, I would love to just leave this thing running, creating sand constantly. And, like, collect a container of sand, but also automatically destroy any excess sand, and then filter off the aquamarine shale. I think I have all the tools to make that happen, logistically. I just don't currently have all the resources to make such a system. But I could make it happen, mostly with embers and exploiting pipe wheels. There, you see? The lava hasn't bubbled once since I put that cobblestone on top of it. There it is. The last clay block. I'll just leave that iron ore there. Now I'll put that on our to-do list. Infinite sand / aquamarine shale generator. I can even have it feed into an ender chest. So it just automatically sends the aquamarine shale home. Which actually makes me wonder. I did not install a chunk loader. That was something we were missing last time. I'll definitely have to install one of those after we go offline today. Alright, stack of clay, quarter stack of sand, the return of Cannonite. Cook it up. Deposit sand. Let's just take all the sand out of here and add it to there. Leftover iron, star metal goes in here, as does the linking tool. And the shale too, why not? I kept the chest. That's fine. Spare chest. This thing is, sadly, unregulated. I don't think I could regulate it. Well, I have to move this wire, which is certainly possible. Yeah, the vertical changes don't exactly change horizontal movement at all. Oh, but then we're passing very close to our cistern, which might make things challenging. I'll leave it alone. It doesn't come up very often. I don't think I have to worry about overflow happening from that device. We've got an ash stock, though. That's a step in the right direction. How about some more books? Ooh, out of leather. I know how to fix that. Gather round, boys. It's time to increase the cow population. That is everyone who will eat. And now we turn some dolts into leather and steak. Getting apparently 1 leather out of the bargain. That's depressing. Apparently I need looting on my hammer. But hey, 1 more book is 1 more book. Still need a few more. 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 more bookshelves. My helmet's almost destroyed, too. Is it nearly time to think about making dwarven armor? Where is it? Here. The Ashen set. Made of dawnstone and ashen fabric. Ashen fabric is made with alchemy. So it may well be time. I'm going to need a double chest. Because I use it as a sort of marker for my recipes. Now there are a few more things that we need to make alchemy happen, but we're very close. If we go back to the ashen fabric, the alchemy recipe requires 12 to 24 of thing with iron aspectus and lead aspectus. These aspecti are what we need. They are ember shards, plate stamped with a single ingot's worth of metal. So let's get some shards. I don't need nearly that many. But we will need a minimum one of every type of aspect. Copper, dawnstone, iron, lead, and silver. As for lead, let's just make some real lead. We'll actually start with the lead. It may save me from needing some of the other things. So what I'm going to do here is that's on, that's off, that's on. Everything is correct. You conveniently already have the plate stamp. So we'll just put the shard there and melt some lead. The first one will stamp into the shard as an aspect. And then future ones will stamp out as plates because there's no more shard in there. And now I have a lead aspect. What's in here? Silver. Well, that saves me the silver ingot, doesn't it? Got a silver aspect. And let's make a silver bar besides. Now we need the copper one. So there's the shard. Turn you off. I always forget to turn that one off. And copper. aspect, iron aspect, and when that's ready, we'll make the dawnstone aspect. Technically, it can be advantageous to have 2 of some of these, but I will hold off on that until actually necessary. The reason for that is if we look at our ashen fabric recipe again, what this means is that I need an iron aspect and a lead aspect, each with 12 to 24. So, one of these pedestals needs an iron aspect, another one needs a lead aspect, and they both need between 12 and 24 ash placed in them each time I perform the recipe. The reason the number is vague is because it changes. It's going to be somewhere in that range, and it's different every time you create a world. So when we find out the correct ratio, that will remain true for this entire playthrough. And it will stop being true if I destroy this playthrough and start a new one. Or if I were to create a test world, the ratios would be different. Right now, though, I'm just being somewhat annoyed by all the zombie groans over my head. Look at them all. Your noisome opinions are not required. Nobody needs your commentary. More of them. Your ambient background rumbling is not appreciated. Okay, that solves that. In the words of Alucard, the enemy has been rendered silent. Right, and I was going to also use the rest of this lead just to make some lead bars, since we're out. We'll make some silver in the process. So how many ashen fabric do we need? Bearing in mind that each one is a wool, 2 string, and 2 ash, this notwithstanding. Well, 3 for the goggles, plus 3 for the pants, plus 4 for the cloak, plus 6 for the boots. 16. I'm ignoring the Dawnstone for now. That means we need to make 18. Fortunately, it seems we have all the materials necessary. Also, oh, right. Still haven't upgraded our materials chest. I definitely need to get some more power going. And additionally, relating to this little contraption here, I did have another idea. I know, my ADHD distractibility is certainly showing. Why are all my fluid pipes there? A lever, a Caymanite plate. Ugh. My last Caymanite plate because I made no plates. I just made bricks. Well, I'm gonna have to go back to the clay farm at some point. Extractor, lever, fluid vessel, 4 bricks, 2 iron plates, ironing. So I may have mentioned, but I have the idea of using a steam engine and boiler setup to have this thing feed itself water. So when it creates energy from ember crystal, it consumes water and produces heat, which can be used to run a mini boiler. I don't know if I actually built that mini boiler. No. The problem is that the mini boiler is difficult to regulate, and if it goes over pressure, it can explode. The steam engine does consume a ton of steam at a rapid rate, but if too much is left in the boiler and it goes over capacity, it will detonate, destroying itself. Can't have that. So what I intend to do instead is just create a fluid buffer. Which should be laughably easy to do. Pipe, extractor, lever. And just like that, I can use this as my reservoir instead. And have a much, much bigger buffer. Now I don't have to care at all about the fluid level inside the refinery. I have a very large tank adjacent to it. And I had actually meant not to craft an additional tank. I wanted to get that tank from somewhere, but no matter. Now we have a spare tank. And the power will get pushed out into the main battery. Until the main battery fills. Which I'm really not concerned about. Anyway, that's it for our little side quest here. Now, in addition to these ingredients, I'm also going to need 18 ash, and also a selection of ash besides. So, 18 ashen fabric. It's made with ingredients arranged like so on the table. And that is top face, face toward me, face on the right, face on the left, and far face. And I don't know if it'll accept this, because the orientation's a little off due to the way that the items are pointing. It should be fine, though. And then iron and lead, 12 to 24. Iron and lead. $12 to 24. Well, the obvious starting point is 12. 12 in each, because that's the minimum possible. So we will waste the least ash if, or rather, when, this fails. And then, fire. It consumes the ash, and fails. We have created garbage. Congratulations. But the garbage tells us that we were off by 4. Since we used the minimum possible amount, we can only have missed. We can only have missed by using too little, which means the correct amount is 16. Fire. I'm also so glad that the heat cannon works from below. Normally I put it above, and it's more difficult to wire there. Bingo. Made a pair as well. Wasn't expecting that. That's... you know... Oh, it does say it makes 2. I should have known that. So what I'm going to do here is place 1 ashen fabric, that's 1 extra that we made, and requires 16, lead and iron. This is how I keep track. It's not a good way to keep track, but it works. As for this alchemical waste, I can take my flat stamp, put it on the stamper, and bam. Some leftover ash is reclaimed. By no means all, but a fair amount. Ah, we're making some more cloth. The other great thing here is how I regulated the beam cannon to use a very, very low amount of energy. It will accept all the energy you give it. So I could be burning 2,000 ember per shot to make this happen. Instead, I'm only burning, oh, how much did I set it to? I honestly don't remember. Only like a few hundred, surely. More ash. Where am I going to get the garbage to make more ash? Not here. Well, maybe here. Extra seeds. Ooh, saplings. I always have way too many saplings. And some of the sand. I just have a ridiculous amount of sand, and there is no shortage of how to get more. Power is, wow, getting close to full. Do I still have that hopper on here? No. Apparently I really should have a hopper on here. Let me borrow this one for a sec. We can make your capacity climb. Thank you, that's all I needed. It does have an absolute maximum. We have not yet reached it, though. Funnily enough, I expected that crystal to be bigger. Maybe we're farther from that maximum than I thought. Anyway, roast the saplings, roast the sand, roast everything. We need more ash for our cloth escapades. We also need to take some more fuel downstairs and collect more crystals. And my normal Caymanite problems. I don't want to go back and get more clay. We are still happily running on the reservoir toggle circuit. Love it. Ample coal. Just keep it going. This really is quite lovely. Anyway, I was here to collect. Technically, if I change this setup a bit, mostly by adding another engine, then I could make this run even faster, but I definitely prefer the efficiency. Having increased speed, I don't really view that as being a requirement. I've also tried running a mechanic off of Ember, because it says you can, and it says it's slower. It vastly underestimates what the word slower means. This thing, running off of Ember, takes almost 2 full seconds to pump a single bucket. It is agonizingly slow. So yeah, there's a reason it tells you not to do that. "16, 16, fire." I shouldn't leave, because it'll drop my ashen fabric over there somewhere. We're also going to need more Dawnstone to actually make the armor. 16, 16, fire again. That's pretty good. I don't need to burn more ember right now. We have enough ashen fabric for some of our armor pieces. We also need Dawnstone. 4, 6, 10. 10 Dawnstone is needed. I don't think I have that much. Oh yeah, I have spare silver. Let's just get that out of the system. Thank you, silver. Ten Dawnstone. There's only 5 of these ores. Six is the closest multiple of 3, so we don't lose any nuggets. Mixer empty. Routing off, routing off. Routing off. Send the copper. And more fabric. What do I have for spare Dawnstone anyway? Any? A bit. Quite a bit, actually. think I could actually make a couple of demonstration items, one of which I don't like, and the other of which is actually pretty cool in my opinion. Alright, copper has been sent. Lock off the copper. Bar the bonus gold. Melt the gold to create the dawnstone. Dawnstone needs to begin with 2 plates. The rest can be bars. Thank you. Continue with the alchemical ash nonsense. We got ember flying everywhere. That's fine, because we have tons of it. And more coming. I think that's all the dawnstone that I need. Technically. Let's switch over and make some plates. Just so I have more plates. And this is all the ashen fabric we need. All these ingredients here are extras, because I completely forgot that it makes it 2 at a time. So, put away our ash for now. We'll be back for it very quickly, or very shortly here. And that's why I have these aspects in a specific order. So we know ashen fabric is 16 iron, 16 lead. While our ash here continues to cook, mostly fed by sand, I think we're ready to make our new armor suit. Seriously, why have I not? Alright. Ashen boots. 1. Ashen cloak. 2. Ashen goggles. 3. Ashen leggings. 4. Wool and string. Ashen fabric. We can stack this one back here. There is a device to make this faster, but it costs Ember to run, so I'm really not super into using Ember power when I could just take a little extra time for something I'll be doing very rarely. Oh, completely destroyed it. That's fine. Pounding just an item on the Dawnstone Anvil can uncraft it, but the amount you get back for uncrafting depends on how damaged the item is. So if we can get some iron back out of these things, that'd be great. If not, no big loss. See, 2 free iron. Speaking of uncrafting, what have I done with this? You're on the list too, buddy. Also, I'm vaguely remembering a horse armor somewhere that I wanted to try and uncraft. I might be confusing you with my test game. Anyway, boots. And this is just adding a heat bar to all of my items, so they have the potential to level up. We don't yet have the infrastructure to capitalize on this heat bar, but this will just give us more time to have the heat bar build itself up. And what are these last 2 motive cores for? Why, our axe and hammer, of course. And these make it possible for these items to eventually work their way into upgrades. Maybe I can get a diamond back out of this pickaxe. Kinda doubt it, though. Nope. So now we look like a dwarf. It's mostly the armor, I think, and the boots. Just the way the boots and the chest piece are arranged, and the fact that our head is so squat inside the armor piece, it makes us look shorter. We are well and truly in dwarf mode now. Also, this little thing that says items in the screen, that is a little informational thing that comes built into the goggles. It's not a super big help, but it's a thing, I guess. Now, before we completely write off alchemy, there's one more thing I absolutely must build. The Glimmer Lamp. And by extension, the Glimmer Crystal. So the Glimmer Crystal requires a Dawnstone aspect, and it's 64 to 80. This is like I warned. How it can be advantageous to have a second aspect, because each of these pedestals can only fit 64 ash. And this is demanding more than 64 ash. Silver plates, no silver bars. You are empty. Turn this on so it routes to the stamper. Take our spare stuff here. So I'm going to have to make another Dawnstone Aspectus. Not a super big deal. They are very cheap. It's going to cost me 1 Dawnstone and 1 Ember Shard. While we're worrying about the second Aspectus, it's 2 gunpowder, 2 shards, and another quartz. So I'm going to take double that under the very likely assumption that we will fail the first time. And we definitely have enough ash to make this happen. So, Ember Shard, Dawnstone to make a plate. These goggles also show additional highlights with pipes. So when things are flowing through it, that green flash is fluid zipping through the pipe correctly. It also shows red over here because this pipe is crammed with water. But that's fine. We like it like that. Now, double Dawnstone Aspectus. Quartz. Shard and shard. Gunpowder and gunpowder. Dawnstone and Dawnstone. Now it says a minimum 64. I'm going to put 32 in each, because the more ash, it consumes ash at a set rate. So if I put 64 in one and 0 in the other, it would take twice as long, because it would have to consume 64 ash all from one stack. But if it consumes 32 from 2 stacks, it crafts in half the time. I could even make 2 more Dawnstone Aspects and do 16 in each pillar, but that's kind of a waste of Dawnstone. So we give it the blast and await failure. Or it might work, who knows? Certainly not I, but failure is more likely. Vastly more likely. There's the fail. Considering what we just learned, I can't really stretch this out, actually. So we are off by 10. Okay. That's doable. That is 64. Plus 10. Split in half and then recombined. 37, 37, fire. And then a flat stamp to reclaim that waste. We didn't get much back, but you never do. And there we go. Glimmer crystal. I am not actually saving this one in our experiment log, because glimmer crystal has exactly one craft, and the glimmer lamp has no crafts. The glimmer crystal replaces our torches. The crystal, by itself, can place lights with a range of touch. We now have infinite light. The crystal itself does have durability, but it never breaks. It just becomes inoperable. And it refills by being outside under the sunlight. So it's like a rechargeable stack of torches. A truly remarkable item. We have gained torch independence earlier than anyone could have thought possible. There, see, it's already full. The durability bar is already gone, and it's at full power. Just because it's sunrise. But we are not truly content with the glimmer crystal. I want to upgrade it to a glimmer lamp. 2 iron bars, 2 iron plates. There's the 2 bars. As for the plates, I only have 2 plates. So let's make some more. Also, I do have some nickel plates. Double check the routing. On, off. Perfect. Get me some plates. Crystal, bars, plates. The glimmer lamp upgrade allows the glimmer crystal to still do what it always did. Place lights with a range of touch. But on top of that, it can also fling them in a nice, convenient parabolic arc. I now have unlimited throwable lights. And torches are well and truly a thing of the past. We have achieved torch independence in record time. Now, with our Caymanite, I want to upgrade our pump setup down below. And the way to do that is with a reservoir. The reservoir involves a fluid vessel and is made with brick stairs and iron. I'm actually going to go ahead and steal this vessel. Our pressure refiner will be perfectly fine. Time to make some Caymanite happen. And a little bit of iron. I did not need to make that many, but there's a reason I made that many. So we're going to start with the stairs. The stairs... Oh, I have to empty the fluid vessel. The stairs make the reservoir. In addition to the reservoir, we make something called a Caymanite ring, which involves even more bricks, but also brick walls. That's what these are for. The Caymanite rings upgrade the reservoir. Now, we might need some more fluid pipes. It's possible I might need some more redstone. We definitely don't need this iron. Or the... Oh wait, I said we might need redstone. What I'm going to do right here is improve the efficiency of our ore down here by upgrading the tank a lot. And I think I'm going to need to move it. Actually, I might not. Because I can just put this fluid pipe here. And then we have space. I know, I'm muttering mysteriously again. But the reason for that is because the reservoir is a 3x3 and I did forget something. I forgot the mechanical core. The reservoir is one of those 3x3 embers blocks that needs a mechanical core to get access to more than one port for it. Technically, I can also make a block called a Caymanite valve, which comes with 4 built-in accessors, but it costs multiple accessors to make, which is a heck of a lot more than a mechanical core. The mechanical core is just a lead plate, a compass, and some iron. Very easy. We make the compass, we make the core, put the iron back again. Now, we are ready to do some upgrading. This will make a much larger fluid buffer without appreciably changing our circuit at all. The only question is if I can do it fast enough. And the answer is no, not if I leave these blocks here. Okay, this won't get any easier the more I wait. The pump is going to run pointlessly for a while. There's our core with our reservoir. The reservoir is by itself, at least it's supposed to be, a 40 bucket tank. However, our fluid pipe appears to disagree. Get in there. Maybe the reservoir by itself is a 0 bucket tank, and it needs these rings on top. That appears to have been the case. Now we give the fluid dial back. place the second ring on top. And that is exactly what I wanted to do. We now have, instead of a 16 bucket tank, an 80 bucket water tank. So our pump can work on that in between refillings. Don't mind these angry red particles, that's just showing the pipe is full of water and crammed, which is good. We like it that way. Lighting over here is good. I'm taking this iron though. This iron is mine by right. Lighting, bad. Use that. Now I can take this fluid vessel. $12, $13, $14, $15.7. Yeah. All I have to do here is hang around and make sure that the circuit completes when it's full. If it does that, then everything should be, well, it might not incomplete when it empties. I may have to pay attention to that too. That would be a problem. I can't really be expected to just hang around here though to make sure it all goes according to plan. Alright, circuit complete when it fills. And then we will happily run while the entire thing ticks down. I'm not going to stand here and wait for 80 buckets worth of water. I'm just going to have to trust that the reservoir acts just like the fluid tank, the vessel, and outputs a signal of 0 when it empties. And the only reason I'm questioning it is because in my test world, the hearth coil did something a little weird in that respect. So let's just leave that and assume it will work correctly. And now I have this fluid vessel, which is the one that I will use for my pressure refinery's buffer tank. Right there where the old one came from. Just as planned. What over here? We're making plates. We're making nickel plates. We got iron plates. Everything is good. We are ready to do some things. What kind of things? Well, let's see what else we can get away with in Ember. Because now we have alchemy running. And superior armor. Not exactly diamond class, but still pretty good stuff. We finished the machinations chapter. we've done the pump thing. We don't have a hearth coil, which I actually kind of do want one. I just don't know where to put it, because it's another large 3x3 that needs a mechanical core on it. And it also uses ember constantly. Not a whole lot, but it never stops. Unless you turn it off. And that's simply unwise, because turning it off causes it to cool down. And in its cooled down state, it takes a lot of ember to heat again. And it only runs when it's hot. I could put it back here. This would be a good spot. How am I going to do that? I may need an ember relay for it, because it's kind of a distance away from here. I'll need another ember emitter, and a receptor, of course. I could alter some of these circuits to fit an additional emitter on this core. On this cell, I should say. Which could do. Honestly, could do. It'd be a bit of an undertaking, but I could pull it off. The key element would be moving this so it's actually above. Which it looks like that'd be a better way to do it anyway. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this isn't even at full power. It's about half power. That's fine. We can cram a little extra power into it. It's not going to hurt anything. Let me just cut into the ceiling a bit. I'm going to need a little more redstone for this. We are definitely in engineering mode. The torches are junk. I don't need more cobblestone. I will collect more. Because I still need to carve a space out for the hearth coil. So this is now going to be up here. With one more redstone to this block, and a torch here. That'll fill a little more power in there. Extend the power of the... yeah, light that a little bit. And now I have arguably free access to this point. I say arguably free because it's really cramped in here. But I can still get around and through. Where not done with the nonsense yet. All I have to do is get an ember emitter here, and then a block line basically where I'm standing, to run a redstone line to it. And then I can fit the hearth coil back in this area. Oh, and that noise means we have filled the heat bar on our pickaxe. That's not super important right now, but should be more important than I'm giving it credit for. Because it means, in addition to the hearth coil that I'm planning on making right now, I also need to think about an Inferno Forge. The Inferno Forge turns a full heat bar into an item level that can be used to apply upgrades. I'm just going to rip out a big space here. I do not care how much damage I'm doing to blocks and whatnot. This is all my space, it's all solid rock. I'm cutting a room. It's just what we do sometimes. Break that. Need a block here, because it needs to run towards it. And then blocks like that. And it should basically be right here. Seriously, not far at all from here. Because the less power we give it, the better. Hearth coil does not need to have a ton of power in it. It just needs to maintain a low level of power constantly. So why don't we actually make the thing? Core, copper block, copper plates. Lots of copper. Core involves a lead plate. That was 3 copper plates. We need the block. We need a compass. Oh right, we need 2 cores. One to make the thing, and then one to access it later. So 1 core, 2 core, coil itself. Would also be happier with some machine accessors. Specifically, I think 1 machine accessor. Because the hearth coil is a little weird. Stairs, iron plate, iron ingot. The stairs, of course, are going to be a colossal pain because Camonite. Iron plate. There's our accessor. This is also going to require an ember dial. I would honestly prefer it if they were like a heat dial. But they only come in ember, fluid, item, and alchemical. And alchemical we can't do anything with yet. It's also made of antimony, so Don't even ask how we make antimony. Because it's lead and sugar. With some alchemical nonsense. And an alchemical recombulator. So it's just a wee bit more difficult than normal alchemical mixer stuff. The spacing on this thing is going to be a problem. I'm muttering about unclear plans again. I know. This is going to take a repeater. That's how I'm going to get around this. That's how I'm going to get a minimum of power into it, but also be able to extend the redstone line farther. And an emitter, and a receiver, no lever. Item pipes are going to have to be a thing, but I'll worry about that in a minute. Okay. With the new knowledge that I'm going to be using a repeater to put it wherever, I can place it a little bit more comfortably. Meaning, basically wherever I want. And yet, with all that freedom of choice, I still don't know where that is. Because there are some other minor concerns that must yet be addressed. I haven't dropped anything in this hopper, have I? No. Good. For one thing, I can't interfere with that line. Now I can kind of block all this back in. This is fine. Just gonna break all this up so I don't have to look at it all that much. Okay. I'm still going to need item pipes and an item extractor at a bare minimum. More item pipes than that. Oh no. An item extractor means a Camonite plate. And I don't have that. So we gotta go back to the clay farm. Much sooner than intended. Shame upon my family. I could stand to get some stairs here, maybe. It's also this hideous creeper hole. I'll cover the top with some dirt later. This is also a creeper hole. The creepers are just going off left and right over here. topping off the creeper hole with dirt, not exactly a big priority. I should probably reinforce this with cobble, so that doesn't happen. Because we dig dirt and sand based things very, very fast. I don't want to rip this structure apart. I should have brought some more iron if I was going to hang out here. Maybe a piston and a half block to do that thing I did before. Because I don't have a torch. I'm not... Okay. I was about to say I'm not just going to wait here and wait for this to become clay. There. Now we're a little better off for clay. That'll get me some It's dark. That should make this faster. If I brought the linking tool, I could disconnect the star metal ore and make it twice as fast. But that would still be pretty slow. Alright, last one. I'm not waiting for any more clay. All I need is a couple of Caymanite plates so I can make an item extractor for the hearth coil. Pardon me, spider, I'll be working on this climbing shield. So nobody's stray arrows knocks me off the ladder on the way up. Perfect. The snow and the lighting situation here isn't the greatest. That's what these are for. I honestly don't know if I've solved the lighting up here, but I don't care either. It's not what I'm here for right now. Bonkus. I don't know why that spider was so damaged. Excuse me, this is my staircase. Go away. I could also stand to put some more crystals in the light wells over there. Okay. Get some sand. That's backwards. Camonite. Eight plates. Spare camonite. Cook the plates. Return the sand, or suffer my curse. Pipes, and redstone, and plate, and we do in fact need a lever. Amusingly enough, that's my last camonite lever. Okay, emitter goes here. Hearth coil. I don't have those two chests anymore. Five. How did I miscalculate that badly? I only need 3. Okay. Hopefully this is everything I need. It isn't. Item dropper also on the list. That's just 2 lead. Okay. Now this is the complete laundry list. So what is this all going to look like? Well, first of all, I need an input chest and an output chest. That's not where the input chest goes. The input chest is an item pipe on a hopper with a chest on it. And then the item pipe goes up and over and has the dropper on it. Which means our hearth coil is going right here. Yes, this is building out in my head as I do it. So that means mechanical core, hearth coil, and now we need a machine accessor. And the reason for this is weird. The Embers Codex mentions this insulation block. These insulation upgrades increase the maximum heat of the coil and reduce the cooling speed. which is supposed to increase the efficiency. But since you can't read the heat, you can only read the ember value in it. That doesn't really help. Unless you can put a dial on a heating coil, but I doubt it. We're more interested in increasing its top heat with these things. But the insulation coils must be placed against the mechanical core. They do not work if placed against a machine accessor. Don't ask me why. That's not at all how the machine accessor is supposed to work. It's supposed to count as being in contact with the host machine. But it don't work that way. Ooh, marble. Let me out of this hole. I want to go get the marble. Give me cobble so I can go on a marble hunt. I hope that's not it. It is not. It's a really weird narrow vein, though. Now it's going up. I hope I didn't place any of my redstone on this marble. It seems I did not. And we're good. Just tearing apart this pocket. It'd be good to have this for astral sorcery later. Oh, I was going to say, oh, it continues, but then it stopped. Picked up slightly more than a stack of marble. Oh, more. Count stands at slightly more than a stack. Oops, can't leave that hole. Now I just block all this in again. Because I don't need a big hole under my base where the amber used to be. Where the marble used to be. So here's the way this is going to work. Put the machine accessor here. This gives me something to put the ember dial on and get the comparator on, which I did not actually make a comparator. For shame. That also leaves the 5 remaining sides of the mechanical core available for placing insulation. Which is ashen tile, copper block, nickel plate. I should have more than 5 nickel plates. Easy. I have exactly 5 nickel plates. Works for me. How about copper blocks? Can I make 5 of those with what I have? No, but close. I don't think 3 copper ore will give us... Actually, it will give us another block, won't it? No, because that's only 6 bars. And I need 9. Does something have bonus copper? No. Copper gives us gold. Nothing gives us copper. I can upgrade iron to copper? That makes no sense. But that's a recipe for another time. I guess I'm only making 4 for now. And ashen tile is ashen brick, is ashen stone, or ash on brick. And ashen stone is ashen tile or ash on stone. So I need 4 stone and 1 ash to make this complete. Ashen stone to brick to tile. Heat insulation. Now you see here on the ember dial, ember 0 of 8,000, heat 0 of 280. We apply 1 insulation, and that 280 becomes 355. If I put it on the machine accessor, it is still 355. Fat lot of good the machine accessor works for this. What about the underside of? I never tried that. 355, no change. Put it there. 430. Question. No. Cannot read the insulation to get the heat value. And reading the core correctly or directly doesn't change. Also can't read heat value from there. It's mostly just reading the ember value. Wait a minute. I don't need a 5th insulation. I can only fit 4. Now we're at 505. And finally 580. Which should be as high as it can go. This does not make it burn ember any faster. It still burns at the same rate to maintain its heat value. I'm going to do a cheeky little like this. You have an item extractor with a lever on it. And our item pipe to go right underneath the chest. Flick the lever. And then blocks. We will never have to address the underside of this thing again, because it is maximally upgraded. I guess we can leave that open in case I want to look, but it's done. It is completely done. All I have to do is completely forget the ember receptor. There you go. Now it's done. Put the copper back that I never needed in the first place. Item pipes are done. Need some sticks so I can get this comparator made. Yeah, and the inverter torch. Surely that part of the process hasn't changed. These are all the pieces. Do I have enough room to execute the plan? Oh. I hate my hammer, too. Because this ember emitter will not fire if it's not configured with a destination. Now, comparator on the dial. I can do... That might break that. I can do this. And this? Uh-oh. That interferes with this line. But I can push this line back. And back. And now it won't interfere because it's locked off. So comparator comes up here, hits this. I'm not really happy with that either, because I need to cram a repeater in here. Actually, you know what? 4 redstone is I don't need a repeater. That is short enough. It does exactly what I want it to. Get the power flowing. And this starts the hearth coil cooking. Standing on it, weirdly, mysteriously, deals no damage. Not just to me, but to anything. But the purpose of the hearth coil is that it's basically a freestanding furnace. You throw things on top of it, and they hover there for a second until they are consumed. And when they're consumed, they go into the machine accessor, or cooked, and get piped out by the item pipe we left in there. So as long as I keep feeding this thing the minimum amount of ember that it needs to continue running, we have an infinite fuel furnace, and no longer need these. The main reason I did that is so I could cook unusual amounts of camlite at increased speed. preferably. But chances are what's really going to happen here is cooking strange amounts of food. Or figuring out what to do with rotten flesh. Pay no attention to that. Yes, mob grinding utilities is in. So is soul shards. I put those in as ways to more conveniently farm certain types of mobs. Just in case we need to. I think I need to upgrade my lava tank with Okay, I guess I can trample this too. Not sure how that happened. But okay, we'll just smash the part of the farm closest to the stairs and stop worrying about trampling. If it doesn't want me to make farmland there, fine. But yeah, I now have this roaring furnace right here. It'll request Ember when it goes below threshold. Its threshold is honestly a heck of a lot higher than I thought. But that's fine. It consumes it at basically a trickle. And its heat will continue to climb, which will not increase its consumption rate. And the higher its heat gets, the faster it cooks. Because we have the insulators on it, this flame will eventually turn green. Which, apart from looking spectacular, is just a signifier that it's working above its normal capacity. And it is going to be faster, significantly faster actually, than a vanilla furnace. So we have that to look forward to. For my next trick, 2 showcase items. This thing is getting white hot. That's nice. Heat 300. As I'm saying, 2 showcase items, and 2 more motive cores to bang into them. First of all, the Cinder Staff. 2 Dawnstone, a Shard, and 2 Silver Plates. Also sticks, which are at a bit of a premium right now because I've kind of dismissed them. Oh, hello. Get in there. Shard, Dawnstone, Silver Plates, which is in fact why we made the Silver Plates days ago. There's our Cinder Staff. The other one, Blazing Ray. More Dawnstone, 1 iron, and another shard. There we go. Before I even touch these, I'm going to mash motive cores into them so they can gain heat from the process. Because with the Cinder Staff especially, it takes a long time for it to build up heat. The Blazing Ray is a little more forgiving. So what have we just made here? Our ranged weapons. Also, this shield needs to go. I can't break down the shield. Oh well. We'll turn the shield into ash. So what do these fantastic and fantastically large alleged ranged weapons do? Well, they require Ember in the off. They require Ember to feed them. You there, zombie. Have a fireball. This is the reason the Cinder Staff isn't that great. It's very powerful, but it blinds you while you're charging a shot. So you kind of have to charge it while you're not facing the opponent, then kind of remember where they are, and release the blast. And hope they don't move while you're unable to see them. You don't have to fully charge the blast either, but these tiny shots don't do any damage. Just a simple right click does less than half heart of damage, so enemies simply ignore it. Also, despite obviously being a fire type weapon, it doesn't, and despite igniting things, it doesn't ignite livestock, so you don't get cooked meat. But it does obliterate certain lesser enemies. And middle grade enemies take 2 hits. The size of the fireball and the fact that it appears to explode is also no accident. It does do splash damage in a small radius. As for distance, it's a projectile. It just keeps going. So it's a nice, powerful, dramatic weapon, where you can get that feel of charging up a nice big shot, and then slamming some poor fool with it. I don't think it accepts enchantments, but I'm willing to go check. But it's so slow firing that it takes a long time to build its heat gauge. There are upgrades for it in the Ember's arsenal, but it takes a long time to get there. Ooh. You're at green. And maximum heat. So that'll just be a constant trickle draw on our power reserves here. That's fine though. Everything is regulated, so we can't go over. There will be no power overflow, no power loss. Just the slow trickle of this thing being lost as it continues to stay hot. And it's better to leave it hot than to make it take time to warm up again. So we'll just have that thing roaring at all times. But with it at maximum heat, here's for raw beef, and there's for cooked beef immediately. It does not mess around. So that is the Cinder Staff. Because it blinds you while you're charging the shot, I don't really like it. Our other marvelous toy is the Blazing Ray. It's a laser. It's a potent, heat-based laser. It also doesn't cook mob drops, and it both is and isn't considered fire damage, weirdly. Witches are extremely resistant to it, but everything else takes full damage. If you hold it to charge it like a bow, then it will fire pinpoint right on your crosshair. If you don't, the shot goes wild. Very wild sometimes. It's a good weapon, though. It definitely does everything that a ranged weapon should, with the exception maybe of having extreme range. It's great for mid-range, and it's pinpoint and instant. The drawback, perhaps, is that unlike the Cinderstaff bullet, it doesn't fly forever. However, I'm willing to forgive it due to the instantaneous hit-scan nature of the bolt. The Cinderstaff projectile, in addition to, the whole blinding you thing while it's charging... Oh good, it's charging. This works fine. In addition to the whole blinding you thing, it's also a very slow bullet. Alright, well, if this thing is recharging the reservoir, that means it successfully emptied the reservoir, and it works exactly like I want it to. Perfect. Here you go, some more fuel. Just keep on cooking. Alright, now let's see what we can do for enchantments, maybe. If I can get some fortune on my hand, or not fortune, it won't take fortune. But if I can get some looting on my hammer, or maybe even the axe, depending, we can collect some more leather, get some more books going, improve the enchantment setup itself. Actually, I should be able to make some more books now. We have all this. Oh, but it's the leather I'm waiting on, so no, we can't. Sharpness might... while looting. Perfect. 1, 2, can't take 3. Alright, looting 2 will do. You can also offhand the Blazing Ray, which is nice. But this requires you to use the mantle jar. Unless I suppose you main hand the cartridge, but why would you do that? It's not necessary. Anyway, cows. No, not cows. I forgot to bring the wheat to keep the cow population going. Kind of a shame Embers doesn't have a way to automatically farm, or to scythe, or to harvest broader. Just little quality of life things that you miss out on when certain mods aren't installed. A big one I used to use for that is, I think, Aromas had some kind of technical chests mod, where the chests had a lot of features, and one of them was that you could place a chest in the center of a farm, stick an upgrade on that chest, and it would automatically harvest and replant whatever you stuck in the chest. It had to be a single type farm. You couldn't have it manage like carrots and potatoes. But you could have a perfectly automatic farm for cheap. Right, I think we fed all the breed capable cows. Leather time. Is 9 enough? 9 is only 3 bookshelves. I need like 7. But if I go a little too smash happy, then I won't have enough cows to breed the next generation. So this will have to do for now. Also, we've kind of gone over a stack of steak. Let's just use the steak as our food source of choice. Probably wiser. Now, why did the sound suddenly stop? That's weird. This should not have suddenly gone silent. I don't mind it suddenly going silent. I'm just very concerned that it suddenly did. But it's still running, so it must be fine. Alright. 7 bookshelves. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is all the paper I should need. That is all the books that I do need. We have done it. And went slightly over on the planks, but that's fine. I can use the overage to make more sticks. Sticks, surprisingly useful. Sometimes. Enchantment discount is now 30%. That's as high as it's gonna go. Still can't afford to finish out my fortune, even at 30% discount. And heat is maxed out. I kinda have a little hankering for more charcoal. Don't know why I didn't expect it to be dark, but here we are. You get the bonkus. And you guys get the beam. Having a bit of a numbers problem. It's just a skeleton congregation out there. He finally paid attention. Too late. Also, I swear I am hearing the noise a golem fireball makes. But there is no golem in evidence. Nope, too late. You're dead. Oh there, spider. Come and get me. Get whacked. The dark of the night is not the best time to be collecting wood. I set out to collect wood, and so we shall. It would probably be better to be farming clay and collecting some, come on, brain, function. Producing some more star metal. Or almost anything else to do with astral sorcery. Almost anything else. Can't exactly use a telescope to find to find constellations when it's raining. This is a huge tree. Wow. This is a massive tree. Spider, don't you even think about it. I've got your number. Nope, he's coming. He is a dummy, and he gets whacked. Really? They don't learn. Nope. Panicking Enderman in the rain. The one mob that I might want to hunt and harvest. Completely invalid in the rain. Also the one mob that I can't make a mob farm on, because they like to teleport out of the farm. You know what? Second tree. In fact, third tree. We will harvest those another time. Right now, you and you and you and you are ash. That stays there. These mob items get filed away. And the wood, well, I should keep some for wood-related purposes. But the rest of the wood just gets dropped one at a time and charcoaled. Again, the hearth coil working does not change its ember consumption. Just like the increased heat doesn't change its ember consumption. We just very casually and calmly keep it at about 1700 ember, and it doesn't matter where the threshold is. At all. I could put the ember threshold basically anywhere, and it would still run. It would be functionally unchanged. I still want to reduce its ember threshold, but I have so little space to do that with. And the way to minimize its threshold would be to set it up so at a power level of 2, it hits a repeater. Because unlike most ember machines, it can never truly hit 0 ember. It just reduces down to like 0.3, which is still a signal level of 1. So I can't have a repeater after the first piece of redstone. It has to be after the second piece of redstone. I could have a repeater here, and that would reduce its threshold slightly, but I want to reduce it by 1 more. And I just don't have the space. I do have the space, but that would disable this hopper. I could break this block and put a repeater here facing the cobblestone wall. And then have a redstone torch on the cobblestone wall. Of course, I have to change it to a full block like this cobblestone block. And then this torch could power this one. But that would also turn off the hopper intermittently, which we don't want. That's the puzzle. It's just so cramped around here. What if I put the ember dial in place of the receptor and had the comparator facing this way? That would immediately screw up, because this redstone is here. Can't have that. Actually, maybe I could if I replace this block. Then I have the redstone go here. So that'd be 1 and 2. And then I need to find room for the repeater off of this block. And it's all still so close to this line. Can I move this line more? I think I can push this line down. But only by one block. Actually, it looks like I can push this line down by a few. Uh-oh. Something's come connected that shouldn't be. I could push it down here as well, but it just, well, we can go farther down. I think that's as far down as I can safely go. So we reconnect this wire. I'll need my hammer and some more redstone. And I still have to throw these junk items in there. Keep my ash stock high. What did I say? Hammer, redstone. 27 should be fine. Okay, first thing. Dial, receptor. Receptor there. Dial here. Relink these. Turn the comparator. Block here. And the redstone line does what the redstone line needs to do. Now the repeater. Power 1, power 2. Repeater here. Perfect. Now it has a lower power threshold. Just like I wanted. The circuitry around here has gotten a little goofier as a result. But that's nothing anyone needs to really concern themselves with. Everything is still perfectly functional, and that's the important bit. Now let me just not concern myself with what's going on back there anymore. Now I have to come further down here to check its ember and heat level, but I shouldn't need to do that aside from my own, amusement. And I even saved a piece of redstone. Now, what is next on the to-do list? One thing I could do is make the use of my ember-based tools cheaper. There are accessories that do that, and now that I have alchemy online, it's possible that I could make some. Machinations, constructs. We have all this going on. We don't have a catalytic plug. I don't really care about the catalytic plug. What the plug does is it has to be supplied with alchemical slurry, and it doubles the speed of machines. Machines are plenty fast as they are. An alchemical slurry is redstone in a melter. I don't want to melt redstone constantly to keep machines increasing, to keep machines faster. I don't need machines to be faster. Other than that, though, we have basically everything here that we need. I haven't made the Ember Siphon, because the Ember Siphon just uses a charger to pull power out. I haven't made a Beam Splitter or an advanced 5-way spread burst. Because a 5-way spread burst would be a lot harder to control. Moving on to transmutation, we've made the crystal, made our armor. Ember clusters are kind of a thing. Metallurgic dust is too. Interesting. When you use the metallurgic dust on an ore, it turns the entire vein into a different ore and possibly stone. Maybe I could make some of that. Silver crystal seed. Oh, any crystal seed. Well, I don't have any of those. I could make some. Out of tin, no less. But I think they're for another purpose. Alchemical mixing. The recombobulator. You square the bottles and climb the circles, or maybe the other way around. This is alchemy with liquids. You place the globe on any side of the top block of a mixer centrifuge, then place pedestals around it on the same plane as the globe. Metal aspecti to the pedestals as per usual. Fluids must be piped into the bottom block. Extract from the top because it's still a mixer centrifuge. Then ash must be added to the pedestals, but the ash is not consumed. So it just changes the operation of a mixer centrifuge to do other things. But it also requires ash. What this does is you can transmute metals into better metals by using melted redstone. Sure would be nice if I could get lead through this process. But I could turn tin into iron if I really wanted to. Also, antimony. Antimony makes possible the signet of antimony, which is a fake emerald that you can trade with. Kind of hilarious, actually. The pun here is anti-money. It's kind of sad, actually. And then the Aether, which is just a hunk of alchemical metal that deals mostly durability damage to armor. It doesn't do a lot of damage, though. But hey, if you really want to mess up somebody's armor, that's the weapon for you. There's also Tyrfing here, which is a lead weapon. Does even less damage than a lead sword, but damage is increased based on your opponent's armor. Both of these obviously are more PvP-based weapons. We have isolated materia, which is a universal repair material that you can use with a Dawnstone Anvil to fix things. So my wonderful ashen armor here can be upgraded, or repair. I guess I need isolated materia to repair it. I was thinking there was some mundane material I could use to repair this with. Apparently not. But the isolated materia itself is made with an iron aspectus, quartz, lapis, clay, and iron. Not that expensive, especially since you get 4. And it's a universal repair material that I can use to keep my armor fresh. Amazing stuff. There's also the Ember Cluster, which is a microcrafting component. The Ember Cluster goes into a lot more. We have the Field Chart, which is a map of ember concentrations. It's not nearly as useful as you'd think, but you can carry it around. And it does give you more detail than the atmospheric gauge. There's the Wildfire Core, which I guess we've already been through, with the Wildfire Sterling, taking steam to reduce the ember cost of machines. But steam, kind of difficult to regulate, and potentially explosive. Metal crystals. Synthesize crystal seeds. Use the Ember Injector. Place a crystal seed, place ember injectors facing it, feed the seed, and it grows into nuggets. And the longer it remains under this process, the more lucrative it becomes. Interesting. I imagine it costs a bunch of ember to feed a crystal like that, though. catalysis chamber and combustion chamber into the ignum reactor and the volatile ember conduit. We don't need this. This is all about making ember crystals more efficient by consuming absolute tons of other materials. I don't care. The 3x I'm getting out of the pressure refinery is more than adequate for my needs. Absolutely more than adequate. Let me actually boost up my crystal cell over here even bigger. Pardon me, borrowing this again. Number go up. It does have a cap. I'm not entirely sure where that cap is, but there is a limit to how big this can grow and what its capacity is. Of course, we're basically just playing around, because we're nowhere near that capacity. We're also nowhere near the capacity of the darn thing itself. We were looking at transmutation, and I had just gotten to baubles. There are a few of them. Dawnstone Mail. Knockback immunity. It's a bauble body slot. Those are kind of rare. Ember Jewelry is what I was talking about. Ember Jewelry reduces the cost of using ember-powered tools and our ray gun, allowing our mantle cartridge and mantle jar to stretch further. Ashen Amulet. Don't need it. It turns all the drops from slain enemies while wearing it into ash, and only ash. But since we've regulated our cinder plinth and can burn basically infinite sand and sticks, don't need the Ashen Amulet at all. The ash is not a factor here. Dawnstone Mail. Just going to talk about the body slot. This doesn't really help. Bauble Body. I don't know why. Oh, this is when on body is why it's coming up. Oh. Backpack is also a bauble body. So I can't really use the Dawnstone Mail, because that slot is occupied. Gem Socket. Bauble Body. I also still haven't upgraded to an obsidian backpack, which I really should. We're getting very distracted here. Don't have enough obsidian. I should get some. Anyway, Dawnstone Mail, Ember Jewelry, Ashen Amulet, Mantle Bulb. This ember container can be worn in any bauble slot at a vastly reduced capacity. When it says vastly reduced capacity, it means 1,000. Half of the jar. It's tiny. It's honestly not worth making because this thing is expensive. That is Dawnstone and copper aspected with ash and a bunch of shards and gunpowder. There are better things to use Ember Crystal Clusters on than 1,000 in a bauble slot. Explosion Charm. Explosions that go off near you will be negated. That will make creepers hilarious. And then Amulet of the Heretic. 90% of magic damage will be nullified, but you will always take at least half a heart. That would be powerful. Let's have a look at these and see what slots they fill. Because it's not like I'm using any of my bubble slots right now. Heretic. That looks kind of expensive. It's made from an Ashen Amulet, an Eldritch Insignia, and 2 Archaic Circuits. Okay, the Archaic Circuit is nothing. The Ashen Amulet is nothing. The Eldritch Insignia is also a craft, an alchemical craft. So that's a little bit pricey. Just a bit. Could still be worth it, though, to ignore magic-based damage. What does that really mean we're ignoring? It's also Bauble Amulet. And the other candidate is Explosion Charm Bauble Charm, made from a crystal cluster. What other charms do we have? Looks like mostly Electroblob stuff. Almost entirely Electroblob stuff. This doesn't go in the charm slot. It's just that. So yeah, this would be an amazing use of our bauble slot, of our charm slot, for creeper immunity. I'm also going to need some of these crystal clusters for Ethereum stuff eventually. One goes into the field chart, and they also go to the Ember Ring, Amulet, and Belt. So we do need to get some Ember Crystal Clusters going. As for Belt, the Ember Belt is the only belt that we currently have access to. This is an upgrade for ranged weapons. So yeah, Ember Belt will reduce our tool costs. We can make at least 1 Ember Ring in the hopes that maybe we'll find a good Electroblob ring. Considering how cheap this is, maybe we could just go ahead and make 2 and then keep 1 on hand if we ever find a good ring. As for amulets, however, a lot of competition here. Heretic is a good choice. Ember Amulet, also a good choice. Ashen Amulet, not a great choice. Then we have a lot of Electroblob stuff again. And the Astral Sorcerer Resplendent Prism, which, let me tell you, does some things. But we'll have to get there. I don't think we have access to that just yet. An Amulet of the Heretic, its magic damage reduction, basically only good against witches when they throw their harming potion. Poison damage is magic, but always taking half a heart of damage means that the poison hurts you anyway. Wither 2. So it's really only good against harming potions and maybe the Ender Dragon. So the bottom line is, I think we're making all of the Ember stuff. Which is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. May as well make a field chart. And 6, because I'll need this eventually. 6 crystal clusters. Meaning 7 crystal clusters, because the first one is going to fail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 gunpowder. I should definitely have the necessary ash for all this. Power is still doing really good. Let me borrow this again, since we have some spare crystals now. The big crystals boost this real fast. Oh, one too many. We just went over the million mark. Oop. Fell in a wire hole. Okay. Crystal on top. Shards on 3 faces. Gunpowder on the final face. Dawnstone and copper, 24 to 48. Copper. Dawnstone. Just grab a bunch of ash. So let's begin with double 24 and expect failure. You can see the ash tick down during the craft. I don't know why it's pausing when we look at it. That's a little strange. Inaccuracy 9 on both. So that means 35. Makes this kind of expensive in the ash department. Our markers are 35 and 35. waste. Off by 2. It was off by 9 from 24. Which is it's not 35. It's 33. I can math sometimes, I swear. This does mean, however, that I'll need an extra batch of ingredients that I wasn't counting on, because we just wasted 2. Fortunately, we have them, and easily. Just add them to the inbuilt stacks here. And 33. Fire. Our failure of 2 has got to be stomped. That is not where that goes. Success. 33 is correct, which means we can stomp this other one too. And anyway, I just started blasting. You don't quite make 33. And we're out of ash. Happens faster than you'd think. Happens a lot faster than you'd think. We had stacks and stacks of ash ready to go. And now we suddenly don't. You know what I don't need much anymore? Sugarcane. Never needed this much oak sapling. Arguably never really needed birch sapling at all. An argument could be made for pumpkin seeds. Specifically the seeds, because the pumpkins split into 4 each. Ooh. You know what else breaks down into large numbers of things? Beating the crap out of radiant quartz. Because it really doesn't matter what you use. It's just large numbers of junk items. Is there anything else that I could consider trash? Rot flesh does barely anything. Maybe I could sell it to a cleric, but I'm honestly not that hung up about it. Arrows could eventually be useful. I don't see a whole lot else that I'd classify as garbage. But we do need more ash. And this one just sits there to mark the recipe. Maybe cinder plinth is something I could stand to make faster. But, again, no, I don't want to melt redstone to do it. The number being 33 is honestly a little funny. Just one up from an exact half stack. Field chart, probably our least important potential craft right now. The belt, I think, is the most important. And we don't have the leather. Why would I possibly have that leather? And then Dawnstone Nuggets. Kind of shocking, honestly. The Dawnstone Nuggets have any use at all. We are one nugget short of the other ring. But have to go parlay with the cows again. By which I mean boost their population and then knock some heads in. Good news, boys. Oh, bad news. Somebody's shooting at us. It's you. You rude thing. Ever so slightly bonked to death. Five. I don't think 5 is enough. I need 3 here and then another 4. Nine is enough. We'll bonk a little overage anyway. Population isn't quite what I would like it to be. Definitely harvested too much. But we have needs, okay? Amulets. Check. Belt. Check. Single ring, check. Extra materials, also check. Charm. Ah yes, I also wanted an explosion charm. Which means 2 more clusters because we'll probably mess up making the first one. So got lots more ash coming, so that's good. I don't think I anticipated making 2 more of these. I was planning on making... my brain isn't working correctly, but the point is, I only calculated 1 crystal cluster for the explosion charm, not the 2 it will inevitably require. I also seriously need to consider an Inferno Forge. That's a lot of blocks, and a Wildfire Core, which is made from one of these crystal clusters as well. Oh, the expense. And there go my materials. It appears I am not ready to continue making clusters. The good news is, this means I can make either the explosion charm or the wildfire core. And between the two, I think the wildfire core is more expensive, or more valuable. Because the explosion charm, don't get me wrong, would be amazing, but it's a convenience thing. The Inferno Forge, meanwhile, gets us actual progress. So I'm going to need 4 Dawnstone, 2 copper plates, and 2 motive cores. As you will soon see, there's a lot more of a pain in the neck to this block than meets the eye. But before we can even start thinking about that, we've got to make the wildfire core. And I think to make our attempts a little bit faster, since the wildfire core is a large amount of iron aspect ash and a smaller amount of silver ash, I'm going to make a second iron aspect. Is there anything in here? No. Alright. You are on. You are on. You're always on. Plate stamp me another iron aspect. This way we can divide the iron aspect ash in two, so it'll take less time to consume, and that way the silver may be the one that takes longer. So our wildfire... Oh, I'm need 3 of these, too. Because I'll need 1 to mark it. Unless I just mark it with the waste and replace it later. Anyway, 2 plates. Motive cores in the center. Dawnstone one side, Dawnstone opposite side. Crystal cluster top. Iron 32, silver 24. Iron, iron, silver. Iron 32. Silver 24. Failure is expected. If it didn't fail, however unlikely that is, that would be welcome. But the first craft is always expected to fail. We ran out of things to burn to ash. Might have to go farm some more sand. I need the clay anyway. Fail. 22 on the iron side, 8 on the silver side. That's a lot of iron ash failure. A lot of iron ash failure. So that means 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, 23, 33. It's the 32 on the silver end. $22 off on iron from 32. Oh no, I'm a moron. I put 64 ash in there. I did 32 twice when I was supposed to divide the 32 in half. So 64 minus 22 is 42, which is in range. Unless I didn't actually screw up. But I had to have screwed up. Because if I actually did it correctly and put 16 in each and got 32, and it was therefore 22 up, that would make it 54, which is out of range. So I had to make a mistake. I had to have made a mistake and put it way, way too high. Making it 42-32. Unfortunately, I'm out of ash. But I have a plan to fix that. Oh, yes. We're going to build the very device that I built last game to make the infinite sand farm a little bit easier. Gotta make this a sticky piston. But I don't want to use that slime ball. I'm pretty sure there's something in Embers for that. Somewhere in here is a thing that duplicates slime balls. That's the sticky piston. Sticky piston, slime ball, or adhesive. Looks cheap. Iron asbestos, bone meal, and clay. Makes 6. I think I have enough ash to get away with that. Yeah, I have enough to succeed at least once. But I want to leave this here until it's good and ready. So I'll just go ahead and use that slime ball. And to make this work the way it used to work, funny question. Can a physics block fall onto a fence post? Because fence posts are technically a half block taller than they appear. They do. That's aggravating. Wait, it's still physical. It hasn't broken. We've ruined everything. Does it need to fall farther to do the thing? No, you just found a way to suspend falling blocks in place. Which is not at all what I was looking for. Not even a little bit. And of course, night would just be ending. Why not? Is that a magic shovel? He's just rocking an enchanted shovel, which apparently I cannot have. Ow. Lasers. You. I've got a solution cooking for you, it's just not ready yet. Gunned them down in cold blood. But I made their blood very hot before they were done. Okay. I'll put this here with the piston beside it and the lever on it so we can chunk just like that. And what that means is right here is going to have to be a little disposal pit. That destroys that sand block, so it's not an issue. I want that further down. So the entire point of this was so I wouldn't lose blocks. There. Cobble up a little. If I could just lava log that slab, I would do that. But waterlogging and lava logging don't exist yet. There. And now, infinite sand. And I'm actually here for the infinite sand. Wouldn't mind collecting some clay either, but that would require a lot more waiting than I'm willing to do right now. Mind the flashing lights. Maybe if I do this, it won't be quite so epileptic. Hey, aquamarine shale. Excellent. So as a nice little side thing, we're also very slowly farming aquamarine shale. That's not the main purpose of what we're doing right now, but it's a side bonus. I also need to have ender chests in the back of my mind here. Oh, Ender Inhibitor. That makes it possible to make an Enderman farm. Inhibits Ender teleportation. And it's cheap. Assuming you can get your hands on an Eye of Ender, of course. Inhibits their teleportation for up to 8 blocks. Okay, so I could make an Enderman spawner, stick this near the middle of it, and then have them funneled toward a kill box that ideally remains fairly close. %2 chance, remember. 2%. That is 1 in 50. And yet I have all this and only 1. Actually, no, I'm misremembering that. It's a 0.2% chance, isn't it? I mean, the book doesn't specify. I only know that the chance at all from a different version. So it might not even be the same chance. But a 0.2% chance is 1 in 500. Still, a row, or maybe a row plus 1, I'm not going to do the math immediately, is fairly close to 500. Alright, I think that's enough. This should appease our ashen needs for a decent while. Leaving me, of course, to continue worrying about our clay-based needs. Another thing I still want to build is that grapple wand, which is still hilarious. Even with terrain as awkward and dangerous as this, at least I could grab a wall on my way down and try and rappel my way back up and out of a hex gap. Still need crystals in there, though. I never did that. Aqua shale, marble, mob stuff. Let me have all of the sand. All of the infinite sand is becoming ash, so we can make the thing. That's 42. Split in half for our iron aspects. And then our silver aspect needs 32, which might be a little while. Our power level is great. We could stand to get a little bit more. As more happily rumbles our way. It's got 44 coal in there, 19 char, 31 ember grit. And I have so much more charcoal upstairs as well. I never took the results out of the hearth coil. I threw all that spruce wood in there. Okay, yeah, that looks more like I remember. That crystal's getting nice and big. As for you, burn them. When I need more, I know where to get more. Are we at the 32 yet? Good enough. 32 for silver. And hit it. Hopefully these are right. It's correct. We did it. Wildfire core. I did screw up in the way I thought I screwed up. Well, now I have to make another one of these, so I can benchmark this, but that involves making another crystal cluster, which involves more ash, which is not currently available. Wildfire core. Oh, that's the ember injector it's talking about for boosting the crystal seeds. That's a bit more involved than I thought. But anyway, Inferno Forge. A copper block and 2 Dawnstone blocks. I definitely don't have that kind of Dawnstone. Yeah, no. Nowhere near it. Nor do we have the copper. Got the gold, though. Gold is fine. There's still all this tin, nickel, and aluminum. What is aluminum even for? It melts into liquid. You get some bonus iron from it. You can stamp it into ingots, plates, and nuggets. Plates don't do anything. Ingots. Can you craft it into plates? Tools. I would not trust an aluminum tool. Alchemy. Aluminum crystal seed. That's it. But we've just established that aluminum is useless. Unless the nuggets go into anything, and they don't. So the only thing aluminum does is maybe make tools and provide some bonus iron. Not even the block does anything. The block is useless, the plate is useless, the liquid is useless. Aluminum is complete trash. Well, you know what that means. It means we can turn it into ash. All I have to do is stamp it into bars. And then we break those bars into nuggets, and then we put those nuggets in the cinder plinth. Ember flying everywhere. Well, this is what an Ember lab should look like. Crazy steampunk pipes, machines making noises, fireballs just screaming left and right. But I don't really have time to hang around and do nothing. I want to try and get my last level of fortune, which we have. That brings us down to practically nothing for XP. And I need to find some more copper to mine. Who said that? Oh well. I'm diving. I don't have to worry about that zombies nonsense. Am I diving? Because copper's not super far down. I might actually want to stay shallow. Just tear some stuff up. Strip mining up here-ish. I don't know. Where am I? Oh, there's iron. That kind of tells me where I should be going. And we have our glimmer lamp to light the way. Iron. Check more iron over there. Monsters can't get you if you're playing around in the wall. I mean, something could drop on my head here. Ah, copper. Just what I'm looking for. Actually, it's aluminum. Not at all what I'm looking for. It's trash. Damn it, aluminum. You are always foiling my plans and looking like copper. I don't see anything else in the walls here. So I guess I'll just start a branch mine. Dredging for the good stuff the old-fashioned way. Uh-oh. I'm breaking my own ladders. I'd better go down and get those. There's also this whole ravine that I still haven't looted. And there's more obsidian in it to be claimed. Where did that block just go? Behind me somehow. Oh, 1, 2, 3. And some more marble for me. I left this cobble here specifically because I'd be back for this marble eventually. Hmm. Wasn't much of it. Well, that's disappointing. We are also witnessing the good and bad thing of fortune through a semi-shovel. You don't get gravel anymore. It's all flint all the time. Which, if I needed flint, like I did under Mine Fantasy, would be a good thing. But here, flint goes into flint and steel or arrows, or a couple of um, exotic and otherwise assorted, very high level astral crafts. I don't have a need for bulk flint. I don't really have a need for gravel either, come to think of it, so not sure what the complaint is. Gravel just makes concrete. Or coarse dirt. So it's useless both ways. Have some flint. Still looking for copper. It's gonna be one of those days again. However, if I could just... There we go. We daylighted my glimmer lamp up. I know there was some iron back there. I'm not concerned about it right now. What I probably should be more concerned about is the bonus iron in that fluid vessel that might end up overflowing from the melter. Or just being too much in general. I should go take a look at that. How is the aluminum melt going? The aluminum melt is done. The molten iron is nowhere near too much. And we have aluminum that I am totally going to turn into nuggets and absolutely obliterate. On the iron side of things, how am I doing for iron plates? 5? I could stand some more iron plates. How did my mantle cartridge end up there? That doesn't make sense. I guess the stamper doesn't like you interacting with it with your offhand. But whatever. Cram with iron. Smash some plates. I'm still looking for copper. I'm actually thinking about melting and mixing copper in here. But I can't. Because the alchemical discombobulator has to go on the side of one of the upper blocks. And that's all blocked up. Unless I change one of these pipes. Which I could do. I could totally move this pipe out one level. Make some room for the alchemical recombinator. Just a reminder to burn up some nuggets. I need to make some more crystal clusters. How many more? 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I haven't gotten the ratios for this one yet. And then for wildfire cores, five, maybe? I honestly kind of want to try the Ember Injector thing. I never have before. Definitely don't need that. So yeah, we're looking at 5 more of these. Let's see if I have the crystals and things to satisfy that order. Not exactly, but decently close. So let me just... I keep bothering about this and not actually doing it. Just because it's so very tedious. A little bit of efficiency would certainly help. For this year represents an immense amount of obsidian. All I have to do is keep crawling the water along and strip down the lava layer by layer. Is there a faster way? Apparently it comes in geodes and can be transmuted from magma blocks. But I still have to mine the obsidian from the magma block afterwards. So, not that great. Are you copper? You are copper. Real copper. Good. I keep getting sick of that aluminum fake copper. Nickel and iron, not bad to have. Not exactly super desirable right now. But resource is resource. Other than that, I'm seeing coal. Lots of redstone. We are kind of using a lot of redstone and not replenishing it all that much. So maybe I should just be glad to have some. That could be copper. Are you hiding more copper from me on the upper level? Yes. This too is real copper. Not much of it, though. Not much at all. This water can go. We don't need it. I see iron up there. This whole ravine area will definitely be more interesting once I get myself a Astral Sorcery Sling Grapple. Because then I'll be able to move all over it. Until then, though, it's just a bit tedious. And I still need to find copper, and rock crystal wouldn't be so bad either. But now that I finally have all of the fortune levels, I'm fine with grabbing all the diamonds we've been ignoring all this time. I'm just peeking around looking for rock crystal. Like that. Alright, boys, we have our heading. How quickly can I get there? Hopefully before dawn. And without bumping into any lava-related complications. based on the noise, I don't think we're going to avoid lava complet. I had to open my mouth. It's just over there, though. Surely we can just skirt the pool here. And there's all these lovely ores to come back for later. But I'm on a timer right now. Here you are. Got it. Rock crystal cracked. And I don't see any others nearby. That was 3 lovely crystals. Excellent. Now, about all these other valuables that we passed by on the way in. Now, there's also an argument to be made in terms of pickaxe upgrades for applying one of the auto smelt upgrades. Whether that's the Ember's heat-based superheater or the Astral Sorcery Scorching Heat enchantment. And the reason for that is not just because it would automatically smelt these iron ores into bars, saving us the trouble, but because it's supposed to trigger fortune when it does that. So in theory, it's supposed to be possible to get anywhere from 1 to 3 bars per ore when using the fortune and auto smelting combination. In practice, however, I've never seen it happen. And I just don't trust it. I mean, I have a perfectly good mechanical setup for doubling ores. Why would I need to risk a fortune roll in order to triple? Well, that's it for that. Oh, it stole it. Oh, I'm in the fire. I'm gonna be in the fire. Whew. That was close. Lost one of the gold, unfortunately. But didn't cook my toes, so we'll take what we can get. Electroblock crystals, more aluminum. It's so worthless. It's just so worthless. I can't even do alchemy to it to upgrade it to another metal. The only use you could possibly have is with that alchemical dust to transmute it into a different ore vein. But then I'd have to make the dust, which would cost more ash. Also daylight, so there's that. Was I ever going to strip mine this tunnel? I know this was another rock crystal tunnel. Dead squid. Any more of those incredibly convenient dead slimes in the area? I got my 2 slime balls from around here. Some mysterious slime fell from the sky somewhere. The grinding continues. We're still working on coal in here for fuel. Good news, I found some more. Enjoy. Also, 43 freaking diamonds. What can I even use these for? Well, there's the classics, obviously. The backpack upgrade that I need, and the reason I cut some more obsidian. And Mob Masher. Mob Masher is for making mob farms. I installed mob grinding utils for that specific purpose. It's devastatingly strong, too. Like, I could use this to make a blaze farm, and it would just instantly shred the blazes. It's not to be scoffed at. You don't want to end up standing on it either. Other diamond things. Repairs. Ooh. Making Ethereum gems. I don't think we're ready for that yet. Making an Orologium mantle. That would be very ambitious. Break lens, damage lens, regeneration lens. Not too interested in those. The conversion wand. Quite easily the fastest way to collect obsidian. Inflictor gem. Oh, I really should not turn up my nose at that one. And then we're back to repairs. Including the imaginary sword, which doesn't exist, never mind. So, Inflictor gems. That's more copper way up there. An Inflictor gem is a funny little black crystal that I can attune to a damage type and then sew into my body armor. And it provides a 30% resistance to that damage type. It's pretty good. Oh boy. I've lost count of how many of these I need. So it was 1. Don't need those. 2 for the field chart. Let's make it 3 for the second Ember Ring. I know that wasn't part of my calculation before. 4 or 5 for the Explosion Charm and the inevitable failure of the Explosion Charm. And then additional Wildfire Cores. 6 for the Ember Injector. And that's it. So I need 6 Crystal Clusters. 6 of those. Oh boy. And I need to get to work on those too, before I run out of space. 6. And 6. And 6. And then 6 gunpowder. All the ores away. And that huge amount of diamonds. Keep 1. I have plans for that one. Six gunpowder. Backpack. Backpack and diamond and obsidian. The big one. Kind of a shame it doesn't get wider, but I understand why it doesn't. $33 and $33. With copper and dawnstone. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll just 33 it up. Fire. Recharge my jars while I'm at it. How's the power doing? We're still almost at 400,000. I'm not concerned. $33 and $33. Question. If I drill back down in here, specifically to try and find you. You're on 800 of 2,000. Can I make that smaller? Because that's a power level of 6. Let me get my last repeater. For experimental reasons. I want to see how low the power of this beam cannon can go before it can fire. And we'll do that with a repeater right here. I need that redstone. No pieces of straggler redstone allowed. Did I? Okay, I placed the ash, I never fired. So we fire at 800. Ow! Why did that hurt? I've stood right on top of this thing before and not taken damage. I assume that's our second crystal cluster. Now, when this thing recharges, it recharges to 240 with a power level of 2. Is that good enough? Will it fire with so little? 33 and 33. No. Alright, how about a power level of 3 at 400? It'll fire at 800, we know that. 400 is enough. I have now streamlined and absolutely minimized my power cost. Thirty-three, 33, fire. And let me get this one redstone put back. The one that I replaced with the repeater. The rate of ash consumption is semi-random. Whoops. Let's make those 33s again. And you... Well, we have so much in here that I don't have to make those nuggets just yet. $33 and 33. Blast it. Now, about that explosive charm. Leather, 3 bricks, and the cluster. Iron and copper. $8 to $32. Well, obviously we start with the 8. Two crystal clusters in the center, and then it's bricks and leather. Two, and 2, and 2, and 2. Blast. Fail, of course. So it's 8 plus 9. 17. 17. 17. Fire. I should really hang on to one of these. That's copper and iron 17. Of course, no indication of what that is. But I got my explosion shard, which will completely stymie any more creepers sneaking up on me. We can just kind of stare them in the face and make them sad. Here's our second Ember Ring for even more power savings. And this leaves us with 8 Dawnstone Nuggets and less than no clue what to do with them, because am I going to make gears? Probably not. I have a better way to make gears that costs only 2 ingots instead of 4. We're just shy of an ingot, and we don't need to make any more amulets or rings, because the amulets and rings don't go into anything. So, just a big waste of nonsense. Now for these, I think I was making 3... Oh, I need a forge core, so I need to keep one of these. I need the field chart, so I need to keep a second one of them. And the last thing was to make a wildfire core for the Ember Injector. So I keep 2. And I need a 42, 32. Iron and silver. One thing I should also look at, though, is look, iron, then copper. So it considers iron weaker than copper. So we'll just swap these around. This is just copper and iron together, so it doesn't matter. And then in making this, iron comes before silver, which it does in my setup, so that's fine. So we need the crystal, a motive core, 2 dawnstone, and a copper. Motive core, 2 dawnstone, and copper. Which is an obscure shout out to an old D&D game I used to play. That's correct, right? Let's double check I'm not doing anything stupid. I am. The copper is a plate, not an ingot. Oops. And the dawnstone go one at a time. So, let's go correct our error and get a copper plate instead of an ingot. That's what I get for saying I just need copper, and not specifying what the copper is. Now iron and silver. Iron and silver and iron. We're looking at 32 and 9, 10, 42. Right? 42, 32. 32 silver. Split the 42 between the iron. And fire. We got our core. And this core is for an ember injector. Maybe I could use the ember injector now. Well, no. No, hang on to this. I might have the copper to make the Inferno Forge now. Though it's kind of a reach, given the Dawnstone demand. Let's see. That's 9, 10, 20 Dawnstone. $20 Dawnstone is 10 gold, 10 copper. Because it mixes without loss. 10 and 10 is no good because it's not a multiple of 3. But 12 and 12 is. Nothing in there. That needs to be off. Don't clog the system. That needs to be off, because we are routing back here. $12 times 144 is definitely not 8,000, so we have no risk of overflowing. Send the gold. Prepare to make bars. While this whole circus is getting underway, let's go read about inflictor gems and just how interesting they can be. They're not with the wildfire core. They're not considered a bauble. Oh yeah, the explosion charm can be made into a pedestal. Ashen armor. There it is. Inflictor gems. Hold it in your hand, it absorbs the damage taken. Stitch it to your cloak, it reduces the damage you take from that source by a third. Up to 7 may be placed on the cloak at a time. So we're looking for 8 diamonds. Ooh, and another 8 dawnstone. I didn't consider that. I guess we're a little stuck on doing that until this dawnstone gets made. I thought I would spend some time making these inflictor gems while I waited for the ore to melt. I see now that was a bit foolhardy. Oh yeah, we have spare silver. Let me quickly look at the Ember Injector. Does take silver plate. Well, conveniently, we have some leftover silver here. Oh no. How did that nugget amount of iron get in there? Where did you come from? Oh well. Will you not stamp an iron nugget? Nugget. Iron, 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 iron. You will not stamp an iron nugget. So this nugget's worth of iron is lost. Alright, make me a couple silver plates. And then some bars. Where did that nugget's worth of iron come from? I was sure I just melted. It was the bonus material from the aluminum. I didn't count out the aluminum. Oh well. I guess that's my error then. Anyway, now we're mixing some Dawnstone. I should get an ember dial for this thing. But where would I put it? I just need more lead pipes to flush some... No, not lead pipes, iron pipes. Fluid pipes. And an ember gauge, paper, redstone, ember dial. Uh-oh. What's happening here? Oh. Nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, is this where it's being routed? Alright, well if that's on, then I can safely modify this pipe for now. I think I'll put the alchemical Rickum-Weecha Baga Balaga Baga thing here. The alchemy bubble. And now that we're out of metal, I can also cut this pipe and stretch it out a bit. Stick an ember dial here. Oh yeah, it's in no immediate need at all of being recharged. We probably experienced a lot of ember loss from running this machine. Dawnstone supply looking good. And that's all of it. I didn't need a stupid amount of Dawnstone, did I? I did. It's Dawnstone blocks. I also need a copper block. Can we get there too? I would like to have this Inferno Forge at least constructed before shutting down today. Two Dawnstone blocks. The Wildfire Core. An iron plate. Two Dawnstone bars. The copper block and two Caminite bricks. I need more copper. But there's the bricks. Them's the bricks, one might say. but it would be a terrible pun to say so. I also get bonus gold. Borrow that gold. Close this valve. And now that the gold is done, make me 2 blocks worth of copper. Now, we have the Dawnstone. Which I only need 8 of to get these inflictor gems going. That's coal or charcoal. We have plenty of each. You just cram some extra carbon into these gems. Hello, Enderman. Where did you just pop to? I don't know. He's quick and gone. Diamond. And coal. And coal. And coal. And Dawnstone. The gem is made with Dawnstone and lead aspect. Dawnstone before lead. That's strange. I would have considered Dawnstone to be the last one. But okay. Lead and both Dawnstone. The ash values are 32 Dawnstone, 24 lead to start. Again, don't double it. It's 32, it's not 64. We split the 32 between the Dawnstones correctly this time, and then 24 under the lead. Fire. I wish I had like a barrel or something, some kind of container block that could contain a very large amount of one single thing. Alright, minimum values are not correct. Because I think the closest thing I have to like a barrel or a storage drawer is the bin itself, and that can only contain up to a stack. Yeah, now we're back to basic Minecraft items, so we're off by 10 on both. So that means 42 and 34. (42 and 34 repeated 7 more times. This is another case where I should save one, but I'll never need more than 7. Or at least I shouldn't need more than 7. Anyway, 34 for you. 42 split between these two. Fire. Oh, and there's bonus gold. But before I bonus gold, let me flat stamp, hang on, flat stamp my waist. Now we can borrow the bonus gold. And collect my first gem. I also have all the copper I need. Split the 42. Place the 34. Fire. I don't actually have a crafting bench around here. I guess I have enough time to go and make the copper block. Even the forge. Block. And blocks. And block. And plate. And ingot. And bricks. And core. Inferno forge. It's crafted. Unfortunately, it being crafted does not mean it's ready to go. Because it's another 3x3 multi-block. Actually, it's even worse than that. It's a 3x3x2 multi-block. Very bulky. And it requires another mechanical core to function. It also needs receptor and emitter. I would say the bigger tier ones, but it turns out it doesn't actually need the bigger tier ones. It consumes both more and less ember than you think. This must be a leftover. So the big concern about the Ember Forge is once again space. I kind of have room here for it though, right next to the bed. It'd be weird that I would not be able to get redstone regulation on it, but it's used so infrequently that that shouldn't be a problem. especially if I limit it to an emitter and not an ejector, because ejectors burn power way too fast and are difficult. I mean, they send bursts in 400s, so just don't want that. If we're gonna lose something because because Inferno Forge costs, takes a lot of Ember to run, it's gonna be because it's gonna be, in the 40s and not from a freaking 400. Inflictor gems almost finished. Once I finish crafting the last one, that will do it for the day. We will attune them tomorrow, as well as installing the Inferno Forge. This will also give me time while offline to plan what I even want to attune them to. Because we have a potential, of 30% damage immunity 7 times over. So I could get that to 90% damage immunity for 2 things, and then 30% for another thing. They stack. Oh yes, they stack. One of the most obvious things I might want to attune one to is lava immersion damage, but it may surprise you to learn that lava deals 2 types of damage simultaneously. The standing in lava damage and the you are on fire damage are actually separate. So this right here is our statement of intent for tomorrow. We got gems, we got an Inferno Forge, we've got the whispers of some infrastructure. This is oddly quiet. It's running. Oh, there we go. It just didn't want to make noise, briefly. How we doing? Oh yeah. I will gladly take all that. Maybe not the mundane. Well, we'll take it anyway. Mundane stones are actually garbage. The purpose of mundane stone is that you can apply it as a modifier on the Dawnstone Anvil. It doesn't even cost a level. And it will raise the damage of any tool to the damage of an equivalent weapon. So I could mundane stone my pickaxe for 7 damage, probably up to 9 for the to be Clockwork Battle Axe equivalent. In my test world, I tried applying it to the Battle Axe. No damage increase, because the Battle Axe is already basically a weapon. But it's meant to increase the damage of non-weapon tools to be on par with weapons. And it doesn't work on the Cinder Staff or the Blazing Ray, because they aren't even considered tools. So, you whack someone with them, you do the half damage of a punch. It's, not great. 5994. Wow. Wow, these accessories really work, don't they? I also need to make some isolated materia. Just to have it on hand, so we can keep our armor and things in good repair. I've already forgotten what this was. That's not good. I know this is our wildfire core, but this thing... is that the charm? No, it wouldn't be the charm. I didn't actually save the ash value of the charm. What was I making? I don't know. I may have to go back and check and see what this waste was for. Because whatever it was, I need to make another one, so I can have it here as an example. And there's a wizard up there just making noise. Darn wizards. Also, yeah, have a look. Ash goes quick. It goes a lot faster than you'd expect. But that, I think, is going to do it. Our power is in an excellent place. 300,000 ember power plus, the 24,000 of the battery here. This is still burning away, being a very minor vampire drain, but it's fine. We forgive it. We forgive it because it is power. If I ever need to smelt anything, that's where I'm going to go. It basically makes our furnaces completely obsolete. But that is going to do it for now. We've done plenty. Got our alchemy going. Power is great. Cinder Plinth is online. Modified this a bit so I can read it better. Done this. Upgraded down below with a reservoir so the bore runs for longer periods between water refills. Made the glimmer lamp, made our armor, made the Inferno Forge to install tomorrow. We've got our inflictor gems to be attuned. We've just had a really good day. And so, that's gonna do it. I will see you all next time. Until then.